Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev. We're doing some story related stuff, and we are also working on our cat enemy, which I've been making some big breakthroughs on. Actually, I feel like I solved like a really cool system today. Like I fixed something in a way that I know is way better. That's going to help me debug enemy behaviors for many months to come. And yeah, I think the fight is almost ready for players to test. We just got some animations we want to put in, but it's pretty good. But I won't get to that for a little bit. We've also got some team meetings in about an hour, and I've got some work I have to do ahead of that. So in the meantime, let's say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in chat right now. We've got Virtue versus Vice, Bilbo Swaggins, Saravati, and Shortwave. Welcome. And anybody who happens to be lurking on YouTube, a very big welcome to you as well. Okie dokie. Wow, you can tell I'm feeling awake right now. That was a top-notch intro. I feel like I haven't given an intro like that for a while. I'm all caffeined up, so let's go. Big thanks as well to Odd Blue Turnip for the most recent follow and Kaikul for the most recent subscription. Lovely to see you. So let me kind of explain to you very quickly what I was just doing. Previously, I had this system, right? The system is a history state system for enemies. So it allows me to see what the enemy has been doing in its state tree over the last like how many states. So as we fight it, those states update, and then I want to be able to go, okay, let me just make sure that I knew what you were doing and why you were doing it. So you can see here they're changing. There's actually a little description here as well that you can't see. Let me bring it up. This here tells me like, okay, like 5 states ago you were doing this, and then 4, 3, 2, 1, and now that's what you're doing. And previously, I wasn't really storing these very accurately or correctly, and it's a little complicated data structures wise what these need to be, because I've got like a tree of states, right? These are all the possible things you could be doing. But doing something does not mean that we're just here. That is the current state, but it's not what the state is. A state in my system is a branch of states. So if this is active, then so are all of these. And their job is to monitor the ones below them to determine if this is finished, okay, now we should do this. But the state of the root is the whole branch leading down to the bottom. That's one state. In terms of like understanding the history, right? I can't just say, oh, we were doing this, because that doesn't tell me enough about what's happening. I need to know all the way to the bottom. So what this is it's a tree, and it's like a list of trees is what we want to store. But we don't want to store a list of trees, because you don't store a tree when you store a tree. You store a node, and that node has child nodes. So if we're just tracking the history of the top of the tree, like what was the cat doing throughout the last 8 states, what you are tracking is like, okay, like, yes, I am storing this guy, and then I'm storing this guy, and then I'm storing him again and again and again. But the references of these are not the same node over and over again. Those references are actually a new class called historic node. So it's an instance of a time when a node was changed at any point. And so the child of like this will just end here. It'll say, okay, well, I was doing this and that's all. But when I look at this one, it'll say, well, I was doing this and he was doing that. So they are functionally different even if they're the same node that we were pointing to from the top, storing them as a wrapper class and then giving metadata about the info that was happening at the time, that's what has changed today. So I can go to state machine and then go historic. I think it's called state record. So yeah, state record is what we've got here. So this is like the state and a bunch of metadata about like when it started, when it ended, why it ended, and then the node that was beneath it and the node that was above it. So what that lets me do is traverse much more confidently without storing anything special. I'm not storing all of these or all of these. I'm actually just storing, like, this guy can say, well, last time I was here and I was doing this, and this was my parent. So I can walk up from this point all the way up to the top and resolve the whole branch if I really want. Or I could just ask what was I doing at what time. But everything is stored only once, which is really good. The thing that I really want to do, which I don't have yet, is like a profiler. And that profiler will be something that looks like the Unity profiler, where I have like stretches of time, like this, for a state. And then when the state changes, we get another span, right? We get something else. And what I want to be able to do is click on this, click, and I can see, oh, okay, this is what we were doing. This is some metadata about it. I mean, if I was being really smart or like really cool, I could like rewind the game to that state, but I won't do that. It's too complicated. So yeah, I'll be able to say like, okay, oh, I see. This is what was happening, and we had all these state changes in rapid succession here. I should be able to zoom into those to see more about them. And the other thing I really want to be able to do is look at the tree and say, when was the last time we were in this state? That's one that I really want to be able to do. Just click it and say, jump this span of time to the last time we were doing this. And I think I can do that, but probably not today, unfortunately. It's not that critical. But yeah, I re-engineered that it was a super clean refactor. It didn't take any time at all. And as a result, I was able to correct a bunch of bugs with the cat, just like little behavioral hitches that can go wrong in my system. That I don't have like an easy answer for right now. They're just things that are in a certain way. So updates, state, history, state system to record states, state transitions more verbosely using tree structure and references rather than list. It's a bit of a mouthful, but that's what happened. All right. So for you as the player, what that amounts to is this cat fight is looking really good right now. Hang on a second. I think I've got something wrong. Something's breaking. You go away. Come back, please. Okay. Oh. Oof. We got these really cool sequences now where if you guard incorrectly, you get sort of trapped into a combo. Ooh. Isn't it cool? It's really good now. Oh, I blocked wrong. One more time. Come on. Come at me. Ah, I wasn't ready for that. 1, 2. Gotcha. So I think it's playing very well right now relative to like where I was hoping it would go. I did make a small change recently that I need to figure out, which is in, hey, Rin's live, in On Guard. I flipped a Boolean just now, which is this should stun, but I need more specific, questions here. Like, I need to know, am I coding this game? I am. Yeah. I need to know if hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Process impact. So this just is void. It doesn't tell me what state it is. But what I want to be able to do is to be told like what state it would pick depending on how much damage it took or something like that. So select state. Yeah, this is tough. So I really want to, let's go back to On Guard and see what's happening here. If we wouldn't stun, then we can go into this state. That does feel right. But I kind of want it to replace like the flinch, but only the flinch. That's how I want it to be. Right now it's flinching just constantly. So I could give it like more base poise so that it wouldn't flinch. But then yeah, I suppose that's a way to do it. It's just strange. It shouldn't do this unless it was going to. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Unless it was going to get hurt and not already guarding and certainly not within pressure range, not pressure broken. So bool pressure broken equals life dot pressure is broken. Yeah, let's try that. Hey, Yo-Yo. It's pretty good. I'm just trying to remember. That should not happen. It should not thrust if it's in the air. Let me have a look. So if I hammer on it right now, again, that will replace the stun. But it's not replacing the stun. Okay, that's actually right. That's correct. So now, oh, actually, we can use the history state system to determine what's going on here. Dude. It's actually like really what I was looking for. One, two. I'm just trying to get a specific scenario. Maybe it's too hard to get the scenario. I'm trying to get it to that. Hey, Booyah. Whoops. Whoops. Come at me, bro. 1, 2. Okay, and then we do this. No. One, two, no. Okay. No, I'm not trying to do damage to him. I'm just trying to get him close enough to do this like reaction attack that he has. Yep, that's it. Okay, there we go. So now I can check. I'll just let him do that. And then now we can go to this. We should be able to go back through leap attack, stalk, stalk, stalk. Yeah, that's not right. Leap attack. Oh, yeah. Telegraph. From engage straight into thrust. Okay, so what do you do if there's a part of your game that you know you need to work on, but you don't have motivation to work on that part? I force myself to schedule a time when I will do that part, at least. Like I say, I need this done. Like if it doesn't need to get done right now, then it's okay, I don't do it. But it's good to at least say, well, I will do it before like Friday. And then when like Thursday rolls around, it's like, okay, no choice, have to do it now. Yeah, I'm just adjusting this specific enemy rins. I was trying out some mechanics earlier in the week, but just tuning it a little bit. On reflex timeout, we have these low and high reflex options, which are I'm not sure that's why it's doing it. But maybe I can find the point when it goes set thrust. I want to know why it's doing this. So this is in cornered action, and it's in non-guard states, and it's in too close and finishes. What is finishes? Why do you exist? Okay, so it's in low and high reflex. I don't know why these exist. I think it should just be reflex options. Yep. Hang on a second. Is this right? This is a new list of weighted states. A weighted state is a struct. Oh, okay. So that's why that's okay. Because it's not by reference. Okay. Okay, why else could we be thrusting? Non-guard state. Too close, reflex. But even then, interrupted by thrust. That's... Alright, let's see if we can get it to go again. But I gotta reset this, recompile it. I actually shouldn't be doing this right now. I get maybe 5 more minutes, and then we've got to do animation review and then sound effects review with the team. Okay, so 1, 2, oh, get out of there. Okay, that's good. But then that is no good. I still don't understand why he went into thrust. Like, he's not doing anything else. He's just pretty much always exiting into let's see if I can just force it this way. It happens a few times. I'm actually gonna die. Yep. One, two, and then down, jump. Oh, that worked out okay. One, two, roll, down, jumps. That. I don't like that. Why did you do that? Look at this. Setting state plunge. It never actually set. Do I have colorblind options? Not currently. How come plunge just, it doesn't have like, what is it about this plunge option that ends up thrusting? Leap attack is a leap attack. Has leap, has attack. I'm not sure what's happening. I can't understand. Let's just do one more thing. Okay, I understand. Okay. Hey, Chronicle. How's it going? Okay. Whoop. 1, 2. Get out of there. You broken? What'd I do? Did I do something wrong? Hello? Maybe I made a change that couldn't support not compiling. Oh, that's not good. I suppose this all has to happen here and there. Alrighty. 1, 2, roll, down. Yes. But that didn't break it. That was okay. So we're going to try again. 1, 2. One more time. 1, 2. Nothing. Yes. No. Hey, bot chubs. How's it going? 1, 2. No. Go like that. Yep, perfect. Ah, but now that didn't do it. 1. Come on. 1, 2. Now I can't get him to do it. 1. Yep. That. Okay. Please. Where is this thrust? Okay. It happens right here. In engage. There. Wait. What? Straight from there? Wait a second. On enter? I don't get it. How come the call stack? No worries, that's all good. How come the call stack goes straight from update, which sets this to true? Okay, so we go straight to engage. We go straight to enter. But then it doesn't tell me, it sets to thrust, but the call stack doesn't say what happened. Why is that missing? Hey, Java Fox. I'm so confused. Machine, state, set. But we have to enter from here. Oh, hello. Okay. This is the problem. This is the problem. Respond to reflex. Which is that we were attacked during reflex. And this happens... I see. So this doesn't exist anymore. Really, this shouldn't exist anymore. This is just like old code. Sweet. Okay. Well, that solves that problem, I think. Hey, Slashed. This is very much specific to what I'm trying to do with Insignia. I wouldn't do this for every game. I think you only need this if your game is trying to do this. You know what I mean? I wouldn't just say, like, by default, add all this complexity. Because it's, like, it works for me, but, like, you can see there's challenges with it too, because resolving which state you're in is more complicated. Okay. We're done. It is a custom asset for the damage numbers that I made. Okay. Zapperons, thanks for the follow. So, botch hobs. What is it that we're looking at? We're just looking at this again. More feedback? Let me know if you're here. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I mean, as a drawing, I mean, the design's pretty cool. It's hard to give critique if it's not for anything, because if the purpose is just to make something cool, then it's kind of up to you if it's doing its job. You know, it's not really it's not like you tell me what you want my feedback on. I think I mentioned before, like, I think the contrast is a bit low in these areas here. It makes it hard to notice these details. And then the question is, like, do you even need them if they're hard to notice? So you've got these 3 stripes of different color. I don't think there's any reason to have those stripes down here, because it's hard unless I'm looking at the stripes really hard. And actually it kind of hurts my eyes to do that, because telling the difference between 2 colors that are so similar makes your brain hurt. So I would say just flatten that, you know. There's kind of a point where you have to ask, like, does this detail deserve to be here? Yes or no? If it doesn't deserve to be there, take it away. If it does, then make it big, like strong enough to notice. Some things can be subtle, but they need to still have intent behind them. So, you know, maybe like this handle, you know, you might take the lightest color of the purple, or like shadow color, and put it across the top here or something like that, to sort of differentiate a top face from a front face. Like my hands, if they were a cube, you know, that's brighter than this. This is brighter. Something like that maybe. But honestly, like, if it's just a design, it's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. In terms of like its utility as a weapon, like it's an axe, but it kind of has this scythe-like quality to it. Scythes usually have like a handle out here. I know this has got like a blade edge on it, so I'm thinking, like, when would you have this? I know you're trying to go for like a beak, like a mouth, but I would probably, if I was designing a weapon, I'd make this part thicker and I'd bring it out to about here, just like that. I wouldn't go up like this so thin, because it feels like that could break off. Like, it doesn't look to me stable and sturdy. It kind of works against this, you know, mangled yet, you know, imagining it's like a wrought iron, like a black, thick, steely kind of thing. Whereas this feels like it could kind of break off. Yeah, if it was like here, you know, that's got like a poleaxe kind of aspect to it, that's fine. But here, yeah, otherwise, like, I would fill it in, right? Make this all thicker. And then it's like, okay, maybe you could swing closer. You could hold it here and swing closer. So yeah, So I'm really out of time. I have to do a task really quickly right now before the meeting starts. So this is going to be tough. I need to be doing for our sound effects production. I need to figure out what's left in scope for chapter 2 so that I can figure it out for the last of Elias's scope. So when I look at chapter 2, if I look at the world map, and then I guess my job would be to go through each of these scenes that I think would play, like all of the cutscenes basically, and all of the boss fights, and think about what we would be listening to. So I can do that. Maybe I'll do it in just like a new VS Code file, just so I can have this sort of off to the side, or even I'll do it on a new monitor. So I need maybe some like cries out in the night. We've got some like whipping sound, torture. Got door slamming. For this one, we've got kind of like city Foley sounds outside, city, and then city Foley sounds, crowd inside. We also need to have what's happening on chat. Okay, we need kind of like blacksmithing sounds, not full volume in the background. We have that. We have that. We have that. We have that. Maybe like NPC greeting sounds? No, that's never going to happen. Not if... Anyway. And then marching. Okay. And then horse gallop and boss battle sounds. Which there's like a bunch of sounds in here and a bunch of sounds in here. So this is like dream sequence. This is watchtower. This is okay. Well, that's already a good start, but it's also not. We're in a position, chat, where I need to be able to direct our sound effect artist, Elias, on all of these sounds. And the further out the cutscenes where these sounds exist in, the further out that is, the less opportunity, or like the more I'm speculating when I assign the tasks to him, because I'm having to guess what I will need in that cutscene which doesn't exist yet. And that's not a good way to do anything. I hate guessing or assigning work based on guesses. It's really not an ideal way to do things. So instead, I need to rapidly work on cutscenes as soon as possible so that I can create the need for those sound effects and know, there might be sound effects that I don't know about. So it's not good enough for me to say, oh yeah, there will be sounds, and I guess these are the ones we'll use. That's not really right. But more and more, I fear needing to compromise. I really don't want to compromise, but I fear the need to. As we get, depending on how production kind of like continues to ramp up, I'm very concerned about it. Like if we get a lot of funding, but our timeline is very short, I will have to be guessing a lot, and that's not very good for quality control. Because it means you get what you get. No chance to iterate, no chance to update. So I'm going to try not to fall into that trap, but I'm understanding like how hard it is to produce good quality stuff in a production environment because of deadlines, basically. That's literally the thing that stops stuff from being good. It's not how smart the director is or the writer. It's more about like how many chances they get to edit things. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back in a little bit. We're back. And we have animation review. All right. Do. It's time for animation review. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice
How's
jingle. Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, the jingle you did was
Oh, you
cool.
like the jingle?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just a little something I cooked up.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, doing all right. How about yourself?
Good. I feel like the Langston's in a really good spot at the moment, gameplay wise.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I think it might be something where I'm not sure yet if there's enough positive feedback explaining to the player like what they should be doing to win the fight. But
Mm.
assuming that you know that as the player, I think it's really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's yeah, onboarding is difficult or can be.
Mm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll see. But I think like the way that the behavior states work now and on guard and breaking the pressure bar, it's all really functional and fun for me at least.
Oh, okay. You managed to get the on guard to work again with the leap attack and the
Yeah.
thrust.
So I tell you what happened.
Okay.
The on guard state was assigning its child states, but it wasn't assigning the core to it. So it was like almost little like operating on its own little side tree.
Yeah.
So the state machine was never really trying to do the on guard stuff, but the on guard stuff was still reacting. Like it was reacting to being hit and stuff like that, but it wasn't allowed to tell the main tree like what to do because it was never assigning itself control to do that.
Yeah, it was just doing it in the background. Is that something I might have done by accident or?
No, probably me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure because it was working fine initially, so I'm not. Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, there was a lot of like little frayed edges that that I have been cleaning up. Like for example, there was like a pre on guard reflex like event function. So it was like checking the life component if it had recorded a reflex interaction and then forcing
Mm.
it to lunge whenever that happened. So like it was just recently like it was doing that in addition to all the rest of the on guard stuff. So it was like lunging in silly moments. But again, that's just because because the code had been updated so many times in the last like 2 months or a month or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's all good.
And
It's
I've
good
got
now.
my feet into it as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
All right.
how's animation going?
Yeah, I'm happy with how they're going. I was just updating some. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. I was just updating Retrobox a little bit, but I can just share the my screen. Let me just tidy this up a bit.
Could you just let me know if there's anything like the changes you made to the Retrobox stuff? What
Mm.
exactly were they?
Oh, how we spoke about adding an extra, well, potentially an extra frame to the
Oh, yep, that's fine.
leap away or the spiral attack.
Mhm.
Um, just give me a second. Share screen.
Right now, I
This
have the
one.
hitbox turned off on that, and it feels much better for now, at least.
Oh, okay, just to see how it goes.
Well, just because it was so annoying that it came out on frame one. At least now it's just like more like a getaway attack rather like a getaway animation rather than like an actual attack for the player. But we'll see what happens here.
Mm. Okay. Not sure if you've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
So just yeah, there's just this extra frame, this one.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I am still a little bit like, in principle, this animation, what does it do? It creates a retreating hitbox, but it also
mm,
moves faster than the player typically would move. So the the time when this makes sense is if the player is standing right on top of him when the player absolutely shouldn't be. So when we first designed this, this was to follow the plunge stuck animation.
yeah, that's right.
Um, so yeah, like there's the land and then the stuck is like those first two. Yeah. So
Mm,
that I think the leap away makes sense in that, like following that specifically. But currently we
mm,
have it in other examples, just like on hit reaction or just like in certain conditions. Like it might be if you're too close to it, it'll just do that. So
yeah,
I think I mean, we could split it out into a version that has the hitbox and one that doesn't have the smear or the hitbox, um, so that we've just got it's just a bit more fair to the player. If the player is just doing normal combat stuff and it happens to do this, we take away the smear, take away the hitbox, and just have that be a separate animation
yeah,
of him flipping
potentially.
backwards.
Because it's very hard to react to, and unless it's just like if the hitbox is already like away from Armin, then it won't
But then
necessarily hit.
what's the point?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it kind
It,
of yeah. There's not a great use case for it,
mm, mm,
to have the hitbox if we don't want it to hit the player. So I'm happy for it as is now. Like because
mm.
sorry, I just one more thought. If we want the player to be able to react to something, I think they need like half a second currently,
Mm.
even more in cases where we need them to do a specific reaction. So for this, yeah, that half second comes from the being stuck in the ground, but unless we're prepared to add like 3 or 4 frames to the beginning of this, I wouldn't bother.
Yeah, maybe it should just be a way for the Lynxen to escape
Hmm.
most of the time,
Yep.
just to create distance.
Yep.
Uh,
So I don't need
even
you to do anything for that. Like I think just keep going as you're going.
okay. Um, yeah, maybe this will be good to in conjunction with like the jump. Maybe he can transition into the jump from this
Potentially, yeah, I could see that.
instead of just jumping in place where he might not necessarily be like far away from him, and he'll just kind of jump like from in front of him, which might look a bit
Hmm.
strange, but this could add that distance too.
Yeah, or even
Yeah.
just without adding extra logic, he already has far. Does he have jump as a far option? I'm not sure.
No,
Not anymore.
not anymore.
Okay.
Well, unless we want to add it, but yeah.
No, it's okay. Honestly, like I think it's got so many. That fight has so much depth to it already. Like we almost don't
Mm,
need to add any more.
yeah.
I wouldn't add any more.
Yeah, I think just from the unguard state, he could do the leap. The leap or the thrust. I guess those are the main two options.
Hmm.
Um, oh yeah, I did want to ask about the anti-air. How are we feeling about that one?
I
Did we
still
play?
like its purpose. I think
Mm.
like just forcing the enemy to not be in the air is
Mm.
correct. I wouldn't change it at all.
Yeah,
Uh, so
yeah,
maybe we
forces you to play that game rather than just try to cheese it by jumping and
exactly.
going or whatever. Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, I like it. If you want,
Okay.
I would probably leave it last, but otherwise, yeah, definitely it's on the
Yeah.
list.
Well, this is the last one I've been
Oh,
working
you're
on,
working on it. Oh, sick.
but yeah, it's complete. But everything else, what else have I done? Yeah, the jump. If I just drag this.
There is a way. I don't know if you're aware of this. But there is a way to fold down tags, and then they won't play if they're inside other tags. It's usually if you look all the way to the right of your screen, there's like a
Mm,
little collapsey thing when you're hovering over a tag. So like hover a tag now,
yeah.
and then look at the far right without moving your mouse. There's like
All
a
right.
little
Oh,
box.
yeah, a bit there. That
Yeah,
one.
so you can collapse everything on that row and then just play that as if those were the only tags.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't.
Mm,
So if you wanted if you wanted there to be a tag that included the jump and the plunge and the pull out, you could put a tag at that top level that did all of that and then collapse it all down and then just play that and it wouldn't get stuck inside of the.
okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't conscious of like moving. Like, can you move tags
You can't move
down?
tags, so you'd have to move telegraph out of like left of jump by like deleting it and then moving the frames and then recreating it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Interesting. I'll play around with that. Well, the only other thing is, yeah, with tag to sheets, like I wouldn't mind making just groups of tags that don't necessarily get exported.
It's hard
Yeah.
hard to do that, that's all.
Yeah.
Because like
Mm,
it doesn't have tag groups, so I don't know how we would
mm,
determine that. But I know what you mean. Like when
mm.
in your workflow, you might want to reuse frames or like what's the use case right now?
I guess if I wanted to make a tag that just shows the complete jump,
Yeah.
yeah, then I can just have just one big tag like this.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
just so I can see it playing. But it's just a minor thing. Doesn't really
Otherwise, it would
matter.
be create a temporary tag that has that and then just delete it after.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. Okay. So, so
Yeah.
you were showing me the animation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for this one. So,
Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. That's
mm,
how we've got. I mean, the roughs were good.
mm,
Um, I think in the plunge, could you show me plunge air?
this one. Oh, yeah, I did change this one a little bit. It's just a still frame.
Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's going to be
Mm,
fine. Maybe we
mm.
could see like the back of the tabard, like the opposite side,
Oh, yeah.
coming up or something. Maybe, but it's. We'll have to play test it first.
Mm,
When you've got,
mm.
are you at a place where we've got all of the shapes blocked out on every frame that we will be using?
Yes, other than the upper,
Hmm.
I think everything else
Okay. Could you
is.
message me when, like, when you're done with that? Could you push it and
Mhm.
then um, message me, and then I can do a
Yeah.
review of it.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds good.
Cool.
I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's. I mean, I'm happy with how you're doing so far, and I'm keen to move on to other things. I'm doing a bit of scoping at the moment for other stuff. Have we got? It's you twice, but no Morgan.
Yeah, she did message just before.
Let me see.
But
Yep.
yeah,
Right now.
maybe she'll be back soon.
Yeah. I think she was waiting for a message back, and I probably should have. Okay.
Hmm. All right. I'll keep working on that and push it over and let you know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Luca.
No, thanks, Adam. Talk to you soon.
All right. See ya.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a question. Um, how do you cope with managerial tasks? Oh, for Steam related stuff? Look, I have given myself years to learn that stuff because I'm not great with it. But, just break it down and allocate time. That's all you can do. The stress, I think, comes from um, whenever you are in a position where you set expectations without knowing how long something should take. Those expectations are what give you stress because when you inevitably can't meet them because you don't realize, oh, this actually is going to take me like 5 hours or like 2 weeks of like creating assets. Okay, if you set expectations that it's only going to take you half an hour, it's going to feel really frustrating for 2 weeks. But if you have no expectations, then those 2 weeks are just like, well, I guess I have to learn this. I guess I have to do it. You know, because I use Figma, when it comes to those specific things that you're describing, so I use Figma, and Figma has somebody uploaded a template doc that shows you all of the export templates that you need to have. So, like each of these white boxes here, I just put my designs in and then I export them. So it's basically giving me like what I need. And I'm just following the templates. Hello, hello. One
Hi
sec.
there.
Hey, I am muted. Hello. How's it going?
Good.
That's good. Shall we chat animation? Do you have any updates for me?
Nothing major. I've just been working on the guard states for you.
Mhm. Cool.
Got the bones of guard 1 down, so I'll polish those today and they'll probably be done.
Awesome.
And I can move on to the next one or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Cool. Happy for you to keep churning away at it. And I'll catch
Yep.
you, I guess, Monday.
Alrighty.
Okay. Thank you.
That was an easy one.
Yeah, it was. See ya.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Cool. Yeah, so I know inherently just like all of the assets that I need. It just tells you straight up at the correct resolutions and everything. And because it's all in one file, you can do this with the free tier of Figma, like even just like in the web. Like it costs nothing. You just make a new draft file, import the template, which you get from like, you can just Google it. Like if I go Figma Steam export template, that's it there. Just grab that, that's it. I'll give you the link. Okay. So, I was getting ready for some sound effect related stuff that that's all good. Sorry about the ad. But yeah, if you grab that, it's very easy to just work off the templates. If you know your like Figma foo, you can also like put them in where you would see them. So if I say like Control-0, that's like the full actual size on screen. Well, actually that's not true. I don't really know how big that's supposed to be. Anyway, you get it. 1% of a coffee. Perfect. Okay, so we were working on cutscene related stuff, and I was saying how I don't yet have the dependencies determined in order to assign a sound effect brief for these sounds, right? The dependencies are, I need the prototype sounds in there. I need the prototype cutscenes in there so that I can assign the sounds where they need to go and have an idea about, oh, this should sound like this. I have ideas, right? I have like thoughts. And maybe, I guess I've been in this position for a little while now where I'm kind of getting stuck in production layers. So if I was just making Undertale, maybe I don't write anything. Maybe I just put everything in the game engine, and that's what's in the game engine is the storyboard, right? I annotate everything in the engine, or if at all, I just like make the content bit by bit. As soon as I want to plan the content before I make it, now I need somewhere to store that record of the plans. And that's what this is. Like there's so many layers of planning here. It's like, this is the chapter synopsis. This is a summary of all the conversation dialogue in the chapter. This is a summary of those cutscenes that make up those conversations as beats. And then this is like one of those cutscenes broken out into essentially like, again, the dialogue. So it's like visually, this is an actual storyboard, you know, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens within one cutscene. And each of these is a cutscene. So just for chapter 2, I've got like already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all of these dialogue sequences. Now I wouldn't storyboard all of them, but like, you know, maybe 15 of them need to be storyboarded. If I was to, like, could be storyboarded, depending on how much work I want to do. And I think maybe this is probably the biggest frustration. Last year, it was one of the biggest frustrations for me, when everyone in the team had done the work for the assets that I had set out, but then I had to then piece everything together. You know, it's like I have to make Lego. You know, I'm trying to make the Titanic out of Lego, and it was the team's job to build the bricks, but now I have to like assemble it. And the assembly takes a lot of energy. And then if you need to edit the assembly because you did something that doesn't quite make sense when you look at it as a finished thing, now you have to disassemble it and reassemble it. And that takes a lot of time as well. So like, there is this golf analogy that I use sometimes when I'm thinking about these kinds of things, where you can practice 100 shots, right? You could sit there at the driving range and just try to shoot the ball as far as you can, as accurately as you can, right? You can go like do 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 do. Right, I'm swinging the ball, and I'm 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and then you could go play a game of golf and try to get a hole in one, and you get one chance. It took you 10,001 shots to try to get that hole in one, but you like spent 10,000 of them planning and one of them attempting. And that's no guarantee that you're going to get it, because like you haven't even played a real round of golf yet. You've just been practicing at the driving range. Or you could spend the opposite of that, would be just rock up at the golf course, no practice, and play 10,000 games of golf. And the question is, which of these two, or 10,000, you know, holes of golf or whatever, tee off 10,000 times. The question is, which of these is better? I think the answer is probably going to always be real golf experience. But even real golfers don't go and play a whole round of golf every time they want to practice. Real golfers practice sometimes and they play sometimes. So what's the correct ratio of practice to play? That's what we're... Right? This is cheap, but not ideal. This is ideal, but expensive. There would be some ratio of how often you should like draft stuff versus actually doing it. That would be determined by the complexity of, I guess, like in this case, we're not just playing a game of golf, we're like constructing something. So like building like a model of the Eiffel Tower, you know, the cost of oh my gosh, this is so hard to do. The cost of building the model for an Eiffel Tower, you could build 1,000 models and it would probably be cheaper and better than building the whole thing twice, right? If the models are made out of toothpicks and they're like this big, of course you would build the models until you knew exactly what you were building, and then you would build the tower exactly once. But that's because you could probably calculate as an engineer exactly what the final thing needs to be once you've got the model. Whereas for storytelling, like you wouldn't shoot a movie twice. but that's probably too expensive. But would you write 2 screenplays? Would you do 2 table reads? Maybe. 2 storyboards? Yeah. There would be some sort of ratio of like low fidelity, high quantity versus high fidelity, low quantity. There'd be some ideal ratio. And for me, I still haven't quite found it for this game. I'm still struggling to think about how expensive it is. Maybe. Will you Vevigs? When will you Vevigs? Tell that to the Snyder Cut. Maybe. So yeah, I think where we're at right now is like, I'm burnt by how expensive it is to prototype it in engine multiple times. It hurts. But I'm also hurt by how much guesstimation I have to do or how long it takes to prototype things. Like the prototyping is so far, like this stuff, all of this work, I could just not do it and just be working in the game engine, right? Like, why do I need all this documentation? Well, I need it because working directly in the engine hurts if I'm going to change something. So like, what's the minimum amount of time I need to spend out here and the minimum amount of resources I need to expend creating these assets, these fabrications versus being in the engine? Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough. The goal, I guess, would be something like make it easy to do in the engine if you can, or make these as lean as possible. One way or another, you can lower cost. You can lower waste if you lower cost. Right? So, yeah. We have sound effect meeting right now. And I'm going to have to explain why we can't just jump into more tasks. All right. Do. It's time for animation. Nope, it's actually sound effects review. Not very good at that yet. I'm getting there. The consistency will take time. Yeah, of course I remember that time. Montgomery, free market. It's like a something mall. I can't remember what it is. Mini mall? I don't know. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Not too bad. I've been doing a little bit of trying to scope out some sound effects for the rest of chapter 2. And I'm feeling like I have like a bit of a short list here that I'm breaking out, but I'm also quite cautious of speculating on any of these sounds. And I really don't want to assign them as tasks for you to do if they are going to be either like not appropriate, or if they're not like representative of the actual sounds that we end up using. So, I mean, some of them, maybe I could like, some of these might even already like, we have sounds to cover this kind of thing. For example, like maybe we already have like just a blacksmithing sound that we could just use for this one here, and we just like assign it up. Maybe I'll actually, you know what would be a good idea? I'll just start making tasks out of all of them. And then we can drag them into piles, if that's okay.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, so have is one pile. Need, and then not enough info. So let me we'll do like cries out in the night. Now this one, I think we need more info on, but there's something like this is going to be in the game, I think, but we don't yet have, I noticed something, we don't have like vocalizations in the game outside of combat. You know, we don't have like the sound of a person. I guess like we have the audience gasps, but like individual people don't make sounds.
Yeah, that's kind of, it's been a line that we haven't crossed.
Yeah.
Yet.
So I think this is one that we would, maybe it's more just like, even if we weren't being literal with it, it still needs to have some sort of equivalent, because it's like what you're running towards in the dream sequence. Maybe I'll say dream sequence to give it some context. And then, so let's get rid of that. And then, yeah, another one would be like the sound of the prisoner getting like whipped, like some sort of like hurt sound.
Right.
Whipping sound. And maybe, again, like there might be some things that we could just go, oh yeah, we have something like that, but I'm not sure yet. This door slam. Do we have a door slamming?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh. Okay. So maybe we'll just say need for that one.
Yeah, that should be straightforward.
Yep. And then city Foley sounds. What do we have in terms of like just the sounds of a crowd of people? Like, you know, do we have the sound of like just city streets?
We do we have different ones for both Cheverton and Oranstead.
Okay.
Cheverton is a little bit busier, a little colder.
Sweet. Let me see if I can listen to that, and I'll see if it matches what I need this for. Is it just the sound effects for like ambience for Cheverton?
Yeah.
And which one is that called?
It should be Cheverton Town.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. That's perfect.
And I think indoors we could probably just filter these, like low pass filter.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, like there might be shops. I mean, I'm not even, it wouldn't bother me if the shops had no outside sounds leaking in, but there's something outside the city here where I was thinking about, like when you're not inside the walls of the city. Oh, hey, Olgodev, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, like when you're...
I know who that is.
Oh, you do?
Well, not like, no. I'm familiar.
Okay, welcome. Yeah, like before you enter the city from outside, should we have like, I think I will have NPCs sort of scattered around the outskirts of the walls, but I don't know if they need, I don't know what they need. Again, that's kind of like, this is one of those question mark ones that I don't want to assign. Blacksmithing sounds. We either need or we have those. I don't really know which one it is. it's not a. It'll be in the game. Maybe I'll just put it in need for now. I know we have Armin hitting the hammer. Hey, Olga Dev, we are talking to the sound effect artist that works with me on the game. Shepard Guardsmen, troops marching, filing up. Yeah, I don't think we have this yet, but I will need it.
Cool.
So there will just, it's basically just cutscenes where it's like multiple soldiers kind of like forming around somebody, like running up and stopping. You know, I don't have like sirens in the game, but this is like the equivalent of that. Or like there might be times where like someone will send off 3 guards and they need to just like run away kind of thing. Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure yet. Actually, I do want it at least once. And then we've got like, well, horse gallop, definitely. There will be like sort of mechanical, like we'll need to loop at some point because there will be like a part of the game where you are on a horse. But
right,
fun,
okay.
yeah. In fact, even in
that
even in this chapter, there might be times where there's like dialogue happening and they're writing while it's happening, and so if you don't press any buttons, it should just be on loop or something like that. Yeah. And then the boss sounds like, I know I don't want to even start with those until I've got a pretty good idea of something being templated out.
Yeah, I feel like these would need at least some rough animations.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I feel like sound is one of those things that, though it isn't any less important than anything else, it's typically a lot more dependent on other things being at least present to inform what it needs to be. So I'm aware of the chafe of how many like little cutscene beats I need to put in this chapter that are scoped but don't have a presence in the game that will likely affect this list in some fashion.
Right.
Yeah. So this wouldn't be like, I mean, to the best of my knowledge right now, this is like pretty much all we need, but I know that knowledge is not accurate. So maybe like some of these that are really obvious, we could work out. Like some of these, I think they're harmless. It doesn't matter if we guess. We're never going to get these wrong. So maybe we go for these for now, if that works.
Yeah, sounds good. I know when the horse gallop plays. What about the watchtower?
So this is like a little kind of a gag that I don't yet have in the game, but it's in the script. So this is Armin. I want to do like in this first scene, it's raining, in chapter 2, we get to the watchtower. I want to do like a fake scene transition. So like Armin like walks into the door, we fade to black, and then there's like a over the black screen, oi, and then like we get like the screen like brightens back up and Armin gets kicked out and the door slams. And then the conversation continues through the closed door.
I see.
Yeah, that would be the idea. The door does not look closed, but it will have to.
Right. I can imagine.
Yeah. So that's what that is.
Okay.
Cool. This one here, there is actually an in-game thing of this, and it's It's when Armin walks into the square for the first time. Actually, don't know what happens if I say no progress. Actually, I can probably just force the cutscene to play anyway. This one. So it's this basically. It's just all the guys running in from the side. Maybe I'll have more than 2 on each side. But yeah, is that clear?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
They just,
Scurrying kind of.
yeah, and it should be like, it should sound like synchronized. You know, like marching, like chuk, 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 chuk.
Right.
Or, you know what? I'll let you just go with your judgment on it. I don't want to over brief it, because it might not sound good synchronized if we can't match the footfalls. Like I don't know if it necessarily needs to sound like in Armin's case, you know, we match every step with a sound effect, whereas here it's sort of more just the impression of lots of feet. So yeah, I'll let you like play test and prototype and come up with whatever you like.
Cool. Sounds good.
Cool. Are there any other aspects, any other things in the list of this list here that you want more feedback on or more specifics?
I think it's all pretty straightforward. Ned's workshop, this is like pretty much ambient stuff.
Yeah, there will be a. I think I might actually have it on Ned. Let me check. And I will create more specific. Like, I'll move these into the table and give references if I can. Where is this? Why isn't this showing up? Ned v2. Yeah, I think I'll have like, it's not great, but I think I'll have like an animation of him just like hammering away, so we could sync it to that. But it's not there just yet.
Cool.
Ned v2, Ned sprite. I think that must be it. Okay. Actually, what is this? Oh, here we go. Okay, still not there. So anyway, yeah. It's not major. It's more just like yeah, sometimes when you walk into the shop, he'll just be there on loop, hammering away.
It's like similar to how Armin's animation is, I would imagine.
Yeah, maybe a little more more casual than Armin's, but yeah, for the most part pretty similar.
Okay.
You could probably just take Armin's animation and bring down the volume, and it's probably going to work.
Cool.
All right. Well, thanks, Elias. I'm going to work really hard to try to get more of the story in the engine so that I can set more clear briefs. But I appreciate your patience with me.
Oh, no problem. All right.
Cheers. Okay.
Cheers. Take care.
Thank you. See ya.
Thanks.
Yo. Let me switch this. Cool. Did you all see the viral video of the game dev from Twitch who made 200K? Cakes. I know Cakes. He streams around this time. Sometimes we raid each other. Yeah, I'm very happy for Cakes. I feel a little guilty actually, because he was here on the stream like a week before he released it, asking if we could playtest it. And he has a different Twitch. I think I don't know if it was using a different Twitch username. Then it wasn't Cakes who was here. It was like another username. But he messaged me on Discord being like, hey, can you playtest? I think that was the case anyway. I can't remember now. Or maybe it was Cakes' username and I just didn't recognize him. I don't know. In any case, we didn't get around to playtesting it. And then obviously the game did really well and he didn't need me to playtest it or for me to validate or promote it. But I still feel like it would have been nice if I had been able to respond and and help him out. So I feel a little bit guilty, but at the same time, very proud. Yeah, it's, gosh, I mean, if I'm being like super duper mega disclosure, then I would say like it's always a little hard for me to feel like, what's the word? I feel like joy, you know, for other people, but then I feel sadness for me. Because it's like, I want to be, it's my dream to feel like that, and I don't feel like that right now. And in between me and feeling like that is like a lot of hard work and a lot of luck that I don't know that I'll have. So, you know, watching someone else have that is, it makes it adds a kind of comparative pressure that I don't need. I don't want to have that pressure, but of course you feel it because, you know, they're so, the proximity is so close, you know. Yeah. Oh, I know. And you know what? If Insignia is a massive success, I honestly feel bad for all the people who will follow after me trying to do what I'm doing. If I somehow pull this off, I feel so bad for anybody who's trying to copy me, because it feels bad doing it. Not doing the work, but like it feels bad to have that suspense hanging over you for so long of like, is this going to be my big break? Is this going to be worth it? Like, will I have to give up making games after this? It's so not healthy to carry that pressure for like many, many, many years. But it's, you know, it is what it is. So yeah, through the meat grinder with no guarantees, you know, like there's no promises. So, you know, it is what it is. I just gotta keep on trucking and make good decisions. That's what I've been saying recently a lot, actually. Like, I just gotta make good decisions. In fact, actually, talking about all of this stuff, I have like a minor announcement. I'm considering cutting like at least one chapter from the game. It's really tough for me to say that, but it's gotten easier for me to say it now more than ever, to even consider it. There are 5. The 4th chapter is the one that has the least reason to exist right now. And to budget out the game with the 4th chapter and to have it done before the end of next year is so it's so unrealistic. Like I'd have to get so lucky on so many levels and have such good mental game and just do everything right to be able to finish 5 chapters and QA them by like mid to late 2027. That would be like I would need to like absolutely crush the next month, you know. That's right. You can't cut a chapter if it doesn't exist. So it is the one with the least production in it. You know, I've got like 3 scenes here. There are some backgrounds drawn. There's some characters sketched out, but it's not. It also like contains in it a plot wrinkle that I hadn't solved yet. Like a major plot point that I had like 2 of something and I needed 1 of them instead. And there was a point where I was asking myself, well, why after the end of chapter 3, why does Armin go this way and do chapter 4 and not go back this way? The problem with that is to not have this chapter will significantly change the content. It'll change Armin's story, his arc, kind of like the emotional beats I need for him. It will take away a big moment that needs to happen. And to put that moment here at the end of chapter 3 is very I would be rushing a different character interaction. A relationship with another character would be rushed if I put that here. So I also don't get to it's not like a free cut. It's not like a clean break. Well, I suppose it is, depending on where I consider chapter 5 to be. I suppose if I go from 3 to 5, yeah, it's possible. And I don't want to talk about it too much here on stream because it's too deep in the weeds, but I am considering it. There's a chance we could do it as like DLC, or if we did a Kickstarter, we consider chapter 4 as like stretch goal. It hurts because chapter 4 is the most pirate fantasy chapter. The rest of them, it would remove a big part of the game to do it. I've also thought about having chapter 4 be like an optional DLC endgame chapter. Like I could add like features, maybe even like versus mode. I was thinking of adding like an arena. There are end game things that currently have no reason to be in the game at all, but that if I was adding a chapter 4 as DLC, it would make sense to put those things in there. Like those could be reasons. You know, if I take the cool things I was going to do here, push them back into chapters 1, 2, and 3, and then it's just a space. Now it needs a reason to exist. I would put some stuff that I've got that are optional in there. Yeah. But, I mean, the only reason I would do any of this is for the sake of cutting. I need to cut stuff. Because otherwise it's 2028. It's like the 11th year. I don't know. It's not... And the other thing is chapter 4 is also probably the lightest chapter anyway, so I'm not cutting that much. I haven't made this decision. I'm thinking about it. This is really going to come down to... it's pretty much something like answering the following question. There will be, like in this space, there will be like interiors, maybe like one more. There will be like a dungeon sequence. There will be an area here which has like a bunch of maybe like 1, 2, 3, and then a bunch of like loopy stuff. Maybe. And then maybe even like more down here. This would be optional. The question is, how long is that going to take? So this, you know, it would probably take, I mean, you've got to do like the environment, because it would be, there's like, this is like sort of like hills, like beachside, like coastal hills. So it's a new environment. And then this is a ship hull. And then this might be sort of like beach. I also have like thoughts of putting content here that map out and connect this way. So this is like desert. And then back over to here, which is forest. So there would be another section of gameplay here as well. That's what doesn't exist of the game. There's also levels here going out from chapter 1 to this is chapter 5 end game content. That's a lot of stuff that doesn't exist. And it's not only, it's the environments. Let's just block these out. I know how to type this stuff up. So for this, it's what's in a chapter. A chapter is environment, backgrounds, tile set, what I call like mess, or like objects, unique, mechanic, 3 abilities, NPCs, usually like 10 plus, and end quests, enemies, probably 6 plus enemies, usually for a chapter. Cutscenes. And then just general scenario scripting. Obviously music, but we have that budgeted. That's not a problem. Music, sound effects, animation, for all of that. Probably need like 5 new accessories. 5 other new crafting opportunities. That's a chapter. Oh, boss battle. And I wanted to finish chapter 2 by like end of this month. I was hoping for that. I mean, chapter 2 doesn't even have half of this stuff yet. Not polished, not finished. And that's the other thing. Finished. Finished is very different from, oh, it exists in the game in some form. There's probably like, oh, it exists in the game in some form and it's playable. Feels like 80% playable. But there's like another, it's like 6 months, like minimum to get that stuff right. If there's a lot of dense story stuff happening. Now, maybe there doesn't have to be a lot of dense story stuff happening here. Maybe this being kind of more open and exploratory is the point. Doesn't mean I don't have to do this. At least, this is like chapters 3, 4, and probably 5. And 5, you know, 5 is tough because there's actually way more cutscenes, like way more. scenario scripting and cutscenes. Probably fewer enemies, maybe just a couple more. But I would still, maybe no more new NPCs at that point. Well, no, there would be at least like 5, surely. And then like end of the game. Like these boss battles are, this is like the biggest and best boss battles in the game. So those can't just be whatever. It's a lot of work. Now, maybe, you know, we can double our team size. We get a dedicated environment artist. Still, you know, someone dedicated to tile set art. It's like I would need like two artists for backgrounds and tile sets, and then I would need like these would be additional hires. Probably at least 2 more animators. And an enemy designer. And a level designer. And a scenario. Something like that. One, two, three, four, and obviously a producer. And getting all of these people up to speed on the game is also very expensive. I don't get that for free. It's not like hire them day one, they're contributing value. I know somebody who could do this. And they're in a good spot. I'm happy to bring them on. I don't know anyone who would do this. I know people who would do these. I don't know who would do these. Let's just block that in. I have someone who would be doing this. And I have someone who would do this. So I would still need to find this, that, and that. And then there's like, I still need to balance like playtest. Like there's so much stuff that would need to happen. It feels like impossible. That's with, that's with publisher money. Yeah, this is going to cost like, each of these jobs are like minimum like 60K AUD jobs. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 6 is 540K, something stupid like that. AUD, which is about 300 USD. So that would be within budget, but these would be probably like either part-time or the thing is, if I wanted them full-time, if it was like, I need this full-time for a year from all of you, even if I could do that, I need to be so much more like further along with drafting this. Like this all needs to be in the game, before I would need to have grey boxed all of this. Can I do that in a month? Can I grey box the hell out of this game in 1 month? I need to like emotionally shift gears in order to even consider this. Proxy address says, I'm sure you get this question a lot. I've been trying to learn pixel art so I can create assets for my top-down game. I don't have a background in art and it feels impossible. I'm ready to give up. What's the question? You're ready to give up because it's difficult? Yo, please no self-promo like that. Especially if it's out of the conversation. If you just came to share that link, that's bannable. Please don't do that again. With Pomodoro you can. I can do anything with Pomodoro. So proxy, I think... see if I can answer this. You have to ask the question if you want to learn how to do pixel art. If you don't want to learn it, if you don't enjoy learning pixel art, then it will be a nightmare for you. If it's just a means to an end, you know, you have to at least enjoy doing it because it requires a lot of time to get good at it. And there are things that I could say about how to speed up learning and blah, 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 but no matter what, it's going to be hard if you don't like it. So I would consider thinking about getting asset packs or someone else to help you out. I mean, that's how most engineers are not artists, you know. Most people don't have to do all this stuff on their own. So the idea that you have to be able to do art is not mandatory. It's just the way that it's what we force ourselves into doing by all starting new, fresh solo projects. But that doesn't mean we're all cut out to do that. All right, I'm going to take a break and just digest what I just wrote here so that I can think about what it even means to do this. And maybe that month that I just said, maybe that's just bullcrap and I should just let it go. But I do need to think about what is the what's the farthest I can get in a month of grey boxing. So we'll come back and we'll do it. We'll think about it. Yo. What are these questions? Let me see. This is a... let me scroll up. What is greyboxing? It's a prototype. It's it's a method of prototyping. Instead of a tile set, use grey boxes. Make it exist and then make it good later. Very, very powerful in actually making a game instead of spinning wheels. Okay, I agree. I wonder if releasing in chapters would be a viable approach. Just strive for 3 chapters and then release 4th and 5th later on. But I get why that may not be ideal or solve anything. There would be a lot of reasons why that might not make any sense. It's, yeah, the challenge here, I'm just gonna like relax. I need like relaxed body posture to have this conversation because it's, it's a very heavy conversation for me. And so I'm not like, I'm not immune to stress, and I can easily rile myself up if I'm too stressed thinking about it. All right. So let's discuss releasing in chapters before we discuss greyboxing. This is what releasing in chapters does. If we release in chapters, are we back? Okay, okay, we're back. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. So releasing in chapters takes the wind out of the bag for a big release, right? It staggers the release across multiple, which means you have to release the game multiple times. And games that have multiple release moments, it's either, in my opinion, it's either DLC because you released a finished game first, or it's progressive updates on a system heavy game that allows you to add new features. Those 2 kinds of distribution work because if it's an update to a finished game, then it's just about you're taking a satisfied audience and you're offering them something more that they already like. If it's a systems heavy game, then you're taking an existing player base who regularly play the game, Stardew Valley, Factorio, and you're giving them more of what they're already enjoying. If you have a story-based game that's not finished, now I'm holding something away from you and I'm saying, you played this and you didn't get everything. Please wait for this and please don't lose interest. That, to me, it's not super compatible. It doesn't work. I'd have to make the first release a finished thing that didn't need the others to justify, I think, having additional releases. It also means that you need to sort of remarket the game. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. Even like, I think even Deltarune is harder to market than Undertale. Like, even though Undertale is super successful, sequels are hard. So I really don't want to go down that road. I would rather just cut and add DLC rather than release in episodes. Unless the caveat behind that would be that I was releasing like it would be like every 5 months, 6 months. It would be like bang, bang, bang. That would be okay. But that's not... There's like a really scary thing that can happen if you do that, where you plan... It's like when a TV show plans to have 5 seasons and gets discontinued after season 2. It's like, not only did you not reach your goal, but the thing you made is now forever tarnished by the fact that it wasn't supposed to be finished when it finished. So it's like you released half of something, you know, and then it feels kind of like emotionally a little disgraceful, you know, because it's like no one will ever get to enjoy the thing you made. You know, they'll always be wondering what it could have been. I don't want to be remembered that way. That's not what I want. And I don't want to have to be on bated breath, wondering if people like my game enough for me to make the rest of it. That's weird. It doesn't feel... It's possible to do things that way. I know it is. It's just not how I want to approach it unless I absolutely have to. And I would consider it a kind of a failure if I absolutely had to do it that way. It's too much of a risk to release episodic. Unless they were sequels, you know, unless it was chapter 1 is a full game, enjoy. Which it's not. Chapter 1 is very much like part, you know, it's not even a season. It's just like a setup to a story. And I mean, it works for like TV series and it works for books, but those are very different. Back in the day when like Avatar: The Last Airbender, you know, obviously released in seasons, but I think the difference is that was never gonna not, the later seasons were never gonna not come out. They were always going to come out. So like, and you have no choice. You don't have to buy them. You don't have to, the audience doesn't need buy-in to watch season 3 because the audience is watching Nickelodeon, right? It's like syndicated. So there's no like fear. Yeah, by the time Korra came out, it's like, well, I'm not watching, well, I was too old, but you know, I don't know if I'm going to watch it the same way. It's different. You have to sort of set it up to be that way from the beginning for it to work. And the environmental factors have to be there. The industry shape, the market. All right. So let's talk about the great grey boxing. We're gonna sink our teeth in without flossing. It's time for the great grey boxing. All right. So, what do we have to do this? What does this look like? Have you considered building the game by cake layering, building layers of it across each chapter? Yeah, that's what grey boxing is. That's what this is. So, what this is there's two dimensions you can build something in when it comes to this kind of product management. You're building a shape out, right? The shape has depth and it has breadth. The way that you do it is you build out, this is a vertical slice, right? Vertical slice of the cake for depth. We know what one slice of the cake tastes like. This is about knowing how much ingredients you need, right? This is about, okay, we've proved that we know how to make a nice tasting cake. Can we prove that we can make a whole cake? So that's when you do grey boxing, which is this. Once you've done a vertical slice and a finished grey box, now you can evaluate the entire area. So it's both. It's not either or. You don't have to do it this way. I mean, you can kind of like grey box a vertical slice as well. It's just that it's not really going to be playable for players to get their proper impressions until it's at proper quality. So let's ask some major questions here before we get too deep. That's question one. And the other question is, the answer to this is something like something like 2 months, comfortably, which is insane. Like, that's so little time. Hey, Hasim, I don't know how to pronounce that name. I can't see it very well on my screen because it's so tiny. But thank you so much for the follow. Also, hey, can someone just type up something? I'll do it myself. Hello? Is that coming through on Twitch chat? It is. Wait, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Okay. Sorry, just wanted to check that the YouTube chat was still coming through. 2 months to grey box the rest of the game. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. But then how long is another question here. Genuinely, this could take me like, I wouldn't be surprised if this took me 12 months. More? 15? It could take that long. That's crazy, but it could do it. This is 3 chapters. Yeah, it could take me 15 months. $5 months each? Yeah. Because, like, I don't know, like, how much playtime is a chapter? It's like 3 hours, 2 to 3 so far. Chapter 1 is. Chapter 2 will be as well. So, looking at like 15 hours of gameplay. So, okay, and then how much can we sacrifice if it would otherwise take longer than we want? So this is the question. So is the worst case compressible down to compressible? That's not how you spell that word. Compressible. Well, I'll give you an example. Okay, we've been working on the cat enemy, the Lengson, since when? Okay, think about it this way. What does a gray box of this enemy look like? Now, it's hard because there was some system iteration happening through this enemy design. But I did the enemy blockouts for that enemy. Right? I did all the animation blockouts for this in like 2 or 3 days. Less, like an afternoon, right? Or even the barbarian. right? I blocked this guy out in a day. And yes. So it's not the boxes that take the time. The gray boxes don't take time. It's the fact that you can't really gray box some aspects of game logic. So like this enemy could not be compressed down in terms of its behaviors. The tuning, the tweaking, the subtle, like the behavior state tree and the logic, balancing that to make sure that this was worth, like this wasn't fun until today. It wasn't something I could expect anybody to, it wasn't something that I could even tell you was going to be fun until I finished it. Ungrayboxable. Like, I have faith that it was going to be fun. I knew what I wanted it to do, but it wasn't doing it until like literally this morning. You know, it was doing something that looked like it, but that was not tangibly fun. It was frustrating. And it's the difficult thing about game balance in this case is that frustrating and fun, it's like dropping a pin and wondering which side of the slope it's going to go down. You know, if you just do this, it's frustrating. If you do this, it's fun. So being able to like mold and shape this, even if all the foundations are the same, it's really the last little bit of polish that makes it fun when it comes to enemy designs in an action game. It's like, are there, like for example, let me show you something. Okay, if I hold the block button like this, 1, 2, that I do not have enough frames for the block animation to end so that I can block a second time. Okay, but if I correctly block the first one and he does the like a slow attack last, it's possible that I will have enough frames. Like it's like literally 7 versus 6 frames of animation, depending on if it has 7 frames of startup on the next attack or 6 frames of startup. You might have enough time to block the next attack or roll away if you're lucky. That's like 1 frame of balance, you know? It's like, is the animation playing? If I make the animation play at another 1 frame per second, you might not have enough time. And getting that right, making sure there's enough like play. I guess the point here is about what is play. Okay, so we're talking about prototyping. What is prototyping? So play is how much it's the space that you have as the player to shape the outcome, right? And how much the game allows you that space, right? It's like the room that you have to wiggle and have fun in. Once you know all the rules, once you have all the inputs down, once it's all clear what the game is supposed to be, play is how much space you have within that. The validation for play in this is very tight. The game's only fun if you're doing this very orchestrated thing, you know, which by the time you fight this enemy, you're on board, but it's very easy. There's a lot I have to do to make sure that you stay on track with this interaction and that the game guides you into fighting the way that you're supposed to fight against this enemy. Anyway, the point is, I can't prototype 30 enemies at that level in 2 months. I can't prototype. I could probably prototype 10 in 2 months. But the point is that gray boxing means this. Gray boxing or all prototyping means validation without detail. That's gray boxing. Okay? And what I'm saying is, for that enemy, I can't gray box without detail. I can't validate without detail for that enemy. Sure, I'm not doing the animations, right? Luca's doing the animations, right? He's doing all the detail for the visuals, but for the gameplay, there is no alternative. There's no like, oh, what if you just make the enemy sort of do what you want it to do? Because it's a different enemy then if it sort of does what you want it to do. Right. So I can't say there will be this enemy in the game until I design and implement and validate that enemy. Then I can say, yep, this is good to go into the game, and everybody else can do the production work required for that, the sound effects, the graphics. Because the point of this is to designate scope. That's the point. If I can't say at the end of an exercise, therefore, this enemy requires this work so that I can outsource it or direct someone else to do it. If I can't say that, then the gray boxing was pointless. I didn't gray box anything. I just did the first part of the code or whatever. I worked on it, but it's not compressed. There's no compression happening. So, what can be compressed is the real question. What can we gray box? So let's go down and grab all of these things, and just start thinking about them. So yeah, very compressible. Right, that's no problem. Environment backgrounds, you can easily just do a big gray box and say that, and that's a city, no problem. Tile sets, I mean, yes, but it's sort of yes. Just say yes. Okay, the mess. Probably yes. Why can't you assume in most cases will be validated? Zoranak, I can say there will be 5 enemies in chapter 5. Let's just say. Does that mean I've gray boxed it? Right? If I say that, if I just say there will be this many, it's validation happens when you know that there will be something, right? You've proven that it deserves to be there in the game. If I just say it, that's not really, I mean, I could say that's my standard. My standard is if I say it, it happens. But for an enemy, it's not like that. I can say like there is a this shaped enemy hole in the game that I would like to fill with an enemy, but maybe, like, we'll get to it. Let me go through the exercise. Like this enemy, I absolutely had to. I designed an entire part of the combat system to accommodate this enemy encounter, which prior to this point, there was nothing like it in the game. And I had reasoned that I needed something like this in the game. But I couldn't gray box that. I just knew it needed to be there. And that's fine from a developer standpoint. I'm very happy with the time we spent on this, very happy with how it came about. But as a producer, this would have been a nightmare for me, because as a producer, it feels like scope creep. It's like, well, you didn't tell me you were going to spend a month on this enemy or whatever. So like, I couldn't gray box it. But let's assume that we don't need to validate any more core combat aspects. Like, I feel pretty comfortable right now. There are things, let's do it. I don't want to talk about hypotheticals. I can do this exercise now and we have the answers. We don't have to guess. I want to do it out loud here. Okay, so unique mechanics. These are like interactions. I mean, like, yes, to a degree. Like the visuals, but not... I can't really say there will be this unique mechanic, but not prototype it. I have to prototype it with the code. What I'm talking about here are interactable level elements, like the pulleys in chapter 1. Like, I have to build that to know if it's good, and I might have to prototype 2 or 3 of them before I land on something I like. Abilities. Again, I can't really gray box an ability. I can decide that there's kind of like something important here, which is like, what can I gray box and what is the validation point? That's what's important. It's what can be gray boxed, what is required for validation. Those are the delta for each of these things is what's important right now. So these don't have a delta. I can gray box an environment background and say, and there will be one, and that's validated because it's there. Like, I just need there to be a background this level, so here you go. So that's no problem. But like interactable level elements, the delta is code. I can't get around doing the code. Right, the dependency. NPCs. These are dependent on writing, essentially. Quests. Oh. Not really. Grayboxing a quest means creating the quest. Maybe any original visuals can be grayboxed. So like, I can't say there will be a quest here. Beyond that, I can't. I could say there will be 10 quests in chapter 3, but I can't say quest 3 does this unless I build it, pretty much. Because it's like, well, where does the first part of the quest take place? Who do you talk to? How do you validate that? Yes, but outlining is not grayboxing, right? I have outlines for the game. The whole game is outlined. That's not grayboxing, right? This is chapter 3's outline. These are the quest outlines for chapter 3. These are storyboards for cutscenes and sequences in chapter 3, but that's not grayboxing because it's not in the engine. They're just ideas. It needs this task that we're talking about now. The reason why we graybox is because you need to, again, validate. Validation here is I can play this in the game, and I know that I can designate scope. I can tell somebody, you will work on this because I proved it in the game in some fashion. It's playable by me, at least, to the extent that I know it's good, that I know it deserves to be in there. Yeah, grey boxing is the minimum viable proof of concept. Some things you can get a pretty good idea about by planning, but it's not the same thing. I've had a story end to end planned from, I am saying prototype, yes. Yeah, I mean it in the level design. I mean it literally in the game. That's what we're talking about today. Like, I want to put the game together so that I can validate. Like, for example, for those of you who are just sticking around or just dropping in right now, we have scope for chapter 2 for sound design. I've been able to give Elias tasks every week on sound design for chapter 2. But to finish the sound design for chapter 2, I need the final asset list. I need to say, and these are the last sounds. I can't do that based on outlines. I can't say, well, there's gonna be a cutscene and I think I've got, I'm planning to have the troops run up, and so I need the sound effects for their footsteps. If ahead of me is a task where I actually start putting that cutscene together, and then I realize, oh, I don't need the troops here at all, now I've had him produce sound effects for nothing. That cannot be allowed to happen. I can't speculate on what content will be in the game before I outsource it or assign it. At least that's a standard that I would like to set. I would like to set the standard of everything that was designated had been grey boxed first. Because it means that we're not just winging it. I don't want to wing this game. I don't want all of Insignia to feel like Game of Thrones Season 8. But it will feel like Game of Thrones Season 8 if I don't grey box it. I know it will. Very pretty, but make no sense. Okay. So this is kind of like, I need the abilities and I need code. Yeah. Cutscenes. I mean, visuals again. Scenario scripting is kind of like, no, that is the grey box. I mean, like, it is to validate the scenario, you have to build the scenario. Accessories, yes. Placement, behavior, no. I can say there will be an accessory. It has no name yet. It goes in this chest. But I can't say it gives you 5 extra HP every time you attack an enemy. What's the rationale for Insignia's controls versus WASD by default? I do not have a strong there's no like, what's the word, design reason why WASD isn't a default, and I had planned to have WASD as an optional default, like you pick at the start of the game an input layout that you like. But the rationale why it's not the default, which is just personal, is because WASD, for me, as someone who's 34 years old, does not make sense for side-scrolling video games. It just doesn't, it's not how I interact with those games. Because in the 90s, there was no WASD, even for first-person shooters. It's just not how games worked. Like in the DOS days, you used like the arrow keys to move around. I think it might have been like Doom, like Duke Nukem 3D maybe had WASD, but maybe not. I think it was arrow keys and spacebar. So the idea of arrow keys and ZXC is kind of like, for me, the default, but I recognize that other people don't see it that way. Yeah. And I use WASD for first-person games, of course, today. But even the idea of using WASD for a side-scroller is very unfamiliar to me. Like, I don't play Terraria. I think, Terraria's got mouse controls. If there's no mouse, why are you using WASD on your left hand? What do you do with your right hand? Do you know what I mean? For me, WASD is, I have a pointer and I need some keys on my left hand. But for any game where I have both hands on the keyboard, I usually have movement on the arrow keys. That's just personal. Again, that's all. All right. Crafting opportunities, dependent on quests. Boss battles, very difficult. Okay. So then it would be something like, can I rank these by gray box ability? So like, there's a way to split these in a much, you know what, I'm going to use it. That's not what I wanted. Well, that sucks too. List breaker, that's what I want. Oh, great. Doesn't work. All right, I'll do it my way then. Forgive my kind of obtuse way of like cataloging everything, and you know, I'm trying to do this exercise to facilitate sort of a mental discussion I'm having, and doing these little moments helps me digest the information a little bit better. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Folke. So, I want to order them by how compressible they are. And it's kind of in this order almost. Accessories, actually, they're way more distinct. It really is the question of like how many dependencies does this thing have? That's kind of what makes it less. How many dependencies, and just how complicated it is as a piece of interaction. I'm using Figma. Where's Wally at? So environmental backgrounds, yes. Tile sets, yes. Mess, yes. Interactable level elements. Accessories kind of go up to about here. And then NPCs, quests, enemies, cutscenes probably go here. Enemies, scenario scripting. No, but no dependencies. That's what's interesting about scenario scripting, is they're just complicated. 5 other crafting opportunities, dependent on quests, but it's very loose. I mean, there does need to be some validation by play. Same thing here, validated by play. I mean, all of the things that are grey boxed, I suppose no. dependent on quests. Yeah. NPCs, yeah. Cutscenes, scenario scripting. I mean, there would be other like interactions too, like any other mini games or interactable objects. I'll call them interactable level elements. What other things exist in chapter 1 that I'm leaving out here? I've been working on this since 2017. Level design, that's already in environments. I guess it's not. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Level design. Did I write scenario though somewhere? That's kind of what level design. Well, they're sort of similar. All right. Yeah, level design and scene layout. Can it be mocked up? Yes. It can be grey boxed. But also dependent on scenario, enemies, quests, cutscenes. Thanks, Sarabadi. So there's actually something here that's interesting. Because I need to do some level design to do the rest of it. Is Armin based on myself a little bit? A little bit. A little bit. So the thing here that's interesting is that, like, I need, in order to playtest anything, I need levels. But I know those levels are going to be subject to a lot of change. And there's I think the sweet spot here is about understanding, okay, what are my milestone stopgaps for each of these things? Because I could say, and this is the thing that's going to really help not scope creep, is how deep is enough for these levels. Like there was a point in chapter 1 where this level got created, split, merged, and split again for one level over like a period of a year. It changed so much that it wasn't even one thing half the time. But I mean, we needed to be there to make those decisions. Like, the waste was not waste. It needed to be molded in order to be the shape that it was, and the only way I could do that was by having it in the game. So grey boxing is not, there's like first point of like validation of just like, yes, it's in the game and other things can now be built on top of it. And then there is the point of, it's in the game but it's not ready yet, and that's a different set of criteria for me to then say somebody else can then, for example, do all the set dressing in this level. Like, you cannot do set dressing. You can't put the tree here and the thing there and not expect it to change unless you have final geometry. final geometry is a different level of validation than the scene exists with 2 exits, you know? Those are different criteria. So we could break those criteria down. But for us, I suppose we're just looking for minimum. For the great grey boxing, what can we get done in 2 months? That was the first question. Because the real question is, which tasks will I be doing? Which tasks do I need to do to offset? So I might not be doing final geometry on some of these levels, which means they don't need to be done before they get handed off. Somebody else is going to do them. But something that does need to be done before they get handed off is basic geometry, maybe. Like this wall needs to be this high because the player can't jump up here yet because that would break the sequence. That would need to be done by me, at that level at least. Hey, Abs. Yeah, that's how I do it. I mean, I'm just such a visual person that I need to think this way. But I do it. I have Kanban for it. Like I do tons of stuff in Figma. I don't know any other tool that lets me play with text and create layout, create structure around the text this way. You know, like for me, being able to move this up and down is like actually tangibly different. It turns words into like, yeah, data, right? This is now a list of tasks, not just a bunch of paragraphs, you know? Yeah. Markup. There's something about it being WYSIWYG and seeing the things that, like I was going to color code this in a second based on like how easy it is. Okay. So there's something here about like, how do I do this? I was going to split these out, but I might lose. Let's just split it out. So like level design and then like final level geometry. That would be, it's not gray boxable. We're almost ready to turn these into components. Have I tried Miro? No, I don't like it. This would be similar to Fig Jam, right? But I don't want freeform. I actually want the structure. It's just my preference. I have a UX design background, so it's, yeah. It's just who I am to work this way. It's more powerful too. So MVP. Let's copy this and then delete almost everything from it. And then put this in there and then make it big and call it. Greybox MVP. Okay. So greyboxable, and then like asterisks, conditional. Okay. Let's start sorting. Greyboxable, interactable level elements. No, that's conditional. Accessories and items. So like, I will have to split this task into two for this to work. Because I would say placement and visuals are, I suppose, grey boxable in a sense. Or just like, it's really just placement or like existence. But not even. Really just placement is grey boxable. Nothing else is. It's almost do you find it hard to manage a Unity project on GitHub? I commit everything. My game's pixel art, so none of the assets breach the large file system criteria. So literally the entire Unity project is in Git. Abilities. I can't really grey box them. Just their level placement. Crafting opportunities. That's conditional. NPCs. I mean, I can put I can like put dummies in there. Yes. But the dialogue, and I suppose I could drop in dialogue. But this is a hazard. Yeah, the whole Fmod project's in there. Again, pixel art game, so maybe that would changes it. We don't have like giant models, you know. 10 plus quests. The quests. I mean, they're dependent on level design, but maybe the level design we can sort out. Cutscenes. I mean, it has to be like, how do I'm going to pull stuff out of this in a bit. So what do I think I can gray box now looking at this? Environment backgrounds, tile sets, mess, new accessories, items, placement, ability placement. It's almost like what's the word? Like, do I most prefer coding or making pixel art? Both. I like to have a variety. This is like, what's the word? So it's like, yes, skip that, skip that, skip that. So have to do this. Now it's in order of dependency. So I have to, what things have to be in the gray box for it to be valuable? Level designs, scenario scripting, NPCs, accessories, items. Yeah, I mean, and then there has to be, like, the abilities have to be in here. And then this is the stuff that I can't get around building. Like, there has to be cutscenes. So the red is now stuff that I absolutely have to do. And that is not trivial. Quests, I suppose we could leave out. Enemies, I mean, like, enemies live in this no man's land. This is Figma. New accessories and or items. I suppose not. Interactable level elements. I think these do need to be here, because they kind of build on the abilities and they have to do with the core, with what makes the game the game. They're kind of part of core gameplay, which in my opinion, enemies fall under that as well at that point. I mean, I'm coming back to, this is not teaching me anything new. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident with this stuff. So new accessories, items. Yeah, okay. Crafting opportunities, okay. Quests, okay. Final levels, okay. Boss battles, okay. So this now forms the work. And then there are aspects of this that, like, for this holds up everybody else. So like sound design, music, animation, if I don't gray box it, they cannot be done. This is basically cannot do until this is dependent. So this should be something like side content. You would hope this would be something like, hang on. Hopefully, side content or content that is guaranteed to be in the game without conditions, but and has no other, and has nothing dependent on it. So like a boss fight is definitely going to be in the game. That's not up for discussion. Like chapter 3 needs a boss fight, and nothing depends on the boss fight. So like it's just a self-contained thing that just needs to get done before the game comes out. But I could have the story lead you to the boss fight and then change the scene and go to the post-boss fight, and the story is not dependent on the in-boss fight machinations. So is self-contained. So that is hopefully what goes in there. This is absolutely required in order to have a playable grey box prototype of the game, and delegate remaining scope must have other things dependent on it. That's really what the point is, right? If the thing you're doing has nothing riding on it, then why would you put it in a grey box? Like, it doesn't help you make any other decisions. So that's probably another thing we could think about is like level design and scene layout. Everything depends on that. You can't play the game without it. So that's fine. Scenario, the whole story relies on that. Okay. NPCs. Some. You don't have to do every NPC in the chapter. I don't know Lion Unchained. I'm not sure about that. Accessories and item placements, sort of. I mean, like, it's important to know, important for the main game, but sort of not really that important for the grey box. So maybe like the placement, yes. Knowing that we are going to put an item in a chest here as part of level design, yes. I'll leave it here for now, but it's really optional. It's probably the least important thing. That's still important. This is yes, mandatory. This is yes, mandatory. This is yes, mandatory for play to get through for navigation. These are all of the sequencing and data is mandatory. Only now this is what's really tough about this. Cutscenes kill me because one of the most time-consuming things in a cutscene is the timing. Like, this happens at 5 seconds, this happens at 7 seconds, this happens before or after this line of dialogue. Those things are like as tight as stand-up comedy, and you cannot validate them beyond just saying there's going to be this script until you have like a proper table read level, until you have like the pieces moving, the NPCs walking around, and it's like progressively Like, there are so many different things that are in a cutscene, and all of them can be validated at different points of fidelity. So I guess the question is, what absolutely needs to be in it just to grey box it? I think it's just the dialogue, I suppose. Only NPC appearances and dialogue necessary. So, like, for example, let's take an example. This cutscene in chapter 2. It's quite a long sequence. It has like 5 NPCs talking, 5 characters talking, and you know, at one point, sort of Armin runs into the scene from the left side, and then the camera moves up and down. I guess the camera, no, I wouldn't do camera, but I might do the blocking. Like who's in frame when and where people are standing. That is important because the level design that the cutscene takes place in is dependent on what you can see. Like this person's standing up on this hill. Okay, the hill is dependent on the fact that the person needs to be standing on it. So if I know in a cutscene, like in this case, this one here, these characters are standing in the rafters of a chapel. Them being in the scene and off screen and in the chapel means that the chapel is validated based on the cutscene. If I change the cutscene, the whole level geometry changes. So it's a bit of an awkward one. It means that to some extent, these are important as part of the grey box. So, I guess these technically go here. Or like aren't, they're sort of like a different category. Hey Krautesh, thank you so much for the watch streak. Welcome. They're sort of like more trivial. They're like to be determined. So it's like will exist in the game in some fashion, but nothing depends on them. They depend on everything else. Not validated by Greybox or something like that. And these are validated by Greybox. Or dependent. Yeah, I suppose, well, yeah. Okay. So now let's put the ugliest things at the top. There's something different about these. There's kind of like, this is kind of more like world layout. I've worked on other games. I released a game on Android in 2020 called Arrowbound in about 6 months. And I've done a bunch of other game jam games that you could play. Like 15, 16. All right. So actually, the red ones should be at the bottom, in a sense. Like everything that says none, just validated by play, goes to the top. And anything that says that it's dependent on something, yeah, I'll make like, so I can't do enemies until I have abilities, and I need to build them too. So I think these reds probably should be like a different color. I want to make them like, let's say blue. Okay. So how does this validate? Okay. So the idea here is that everything in blue must be done and must be done in engine. Does validate here mean something like definition of done in context? Yes. I would say not just definition of done, but like what it is, like it's not just like what it should look like to be done. Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, let's just go with that. Close enough. It's like, I know that the identity of this thing in its current trajectory is acceptable to have other people work on it. Essentially, that's what validation means. It means other people can work on this safely without it breaking. If it's load bearing, it's not going to move. We know it's not going to need to move from the current shape. It can be refined, but it can't be changed. So I can't, like this thing, I can't solidify the identity until I play it. I can't do the map layout until I'm playing it. Level designs and scene layouts. This is basic level. So now going back to our original question is, what do I need to do? If I was to look at this for 3 chapters worth of game, what can I get done in 2 months? What can I compress in 2 months? Is it even possible to compress enough of this in 2 months that it means anything? I'm going to take it over here. And I'm going to put what do I do here? Now we're in like spreadsheet territory. All right, I'm just gonna like write some text underneath each of them and just think about what I want to do. Estimated cost per chapter. ETAPC. ETCPC. ESTCPC. All right. How big is this thing? Scene map layout, including landmarks. Look, honestly, I could do like rough version for a chapter. I bet you I could do it in 2 days per chapter. I think in a week I could get every level in some shape. The value of those shapes, I don't know what they would be, but I think I could do it. I think I could block in, like what I did earlier, like these boxes. It's fine. I could make the level scenes. I could drag them together. I could make the doors go between each, and I could have something that you could play through, you know, in a couple days per chapter. But that wouldn't be validated by anything. That's the only problem. So the next thing is like, there is a dependency here, which is that, well, some of this, when it's done right, I do this thing where I go to my ability template catalog, and I look at scenarios that I want to use specific abilities in the game, and those inform the level designs. So this idea here of like, oh, you use this ability to do this, and then you climb up with this ability. I mean, like, the end of this puzzle piece is up relative to where you start. So that would make sense for any door that needed to go north. So if I look at the schedule, the project direction, if for me to say, oh, and this door goes up and to the left, I would need to know that I had a puzzle piece that could fit in there that would go in that direction. Hey, Fu. So, I mean, it's total. It doesn't mean much though. You know, I could do it. I can do this, but you know. I promise you I'm doing something here. I promise you I'm cooking. Okay. Hey, I don't know how to. Hecart? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Haysart? Heysart? Sorry. All right. So next, level design and scene layout, basic. What is the difference between map layout, including landmarks? And I think this is what I was thinking of. This and this, they're sort of similar tasks. Per chapter, I mean, I could do a basic scene layout, but the levels inside of those scenes, it's sort of, it's here and there. It's the same sort of thing. Level design and scene layout. Scene map layout, including landmarks. The level design. What is level design? Like where the chests go, that kind of thing. Where the enemies go. Right. It's dependent on those things. That's actually red. It doesn't decide those things. It's dependent on those things. And it's huge. It's a massive task. Let's keep going. Interactable level elements. Per chapter? Honestly, it's like 2 weeks. No. Worst case, 2 weeks. There is some dependency on abilities that will feature in the chapter. That is true. You can't just, like, the level features should be there to assign need, like to indicate to the player, you need something to do this specific action. And for now, you're dependent on this thing being here. But if I took this away, or I showed you a level where this didn't exist, you'd need an ability to do it. That's what these interactable level elements are for. I don't think I could, I mean, I would have to just code only. probably a 2-week thing. And weeks here needs to be in. Try to color code these or something. All right, what else? Abilities. This is really tough. Abilities, man. Per chapter, 3 abilities. Could be 3 weeks. For me to grey box them, play test them. I'm already past my budget. Like, it's already 5 weeks. I said 2 months. I got 3 weeks to do the rest of it? Can I really do in 1 week 3 abilities? Maybe. That's possible. But this is per chapter. I got 3 chapters to do. So we're already at 3. This needs times 3. 2 days plus 3 weeks. Yeah, we're already way past 2 months. Because you're at 9 weeks. Ugh. Scenario scripting. Dude, this is going to take me forever. Scenario scripting. Per chapter? The scenario for the whole chapter? If it's just this involves, I need a description here. Involves adding basic flags and sequence stubs in the game so that the chapter is playable. By navigating through and triggering things. Just say it's playable. A week? It could be less. Could be. It wouldn't take me a whole week to do that for a chapter. No, that's more like 2 days. If I really get on it, that's 2 days per chapter. That's not crazy. Cutscenes. Oh God. The dread setting in. I already know it's going to be in the matter of weeks. Visuals skippable. NPCs are MVP. Dependency. Only the NPC appearances and dialogue is necessary. For the whole chapter, every line of dialogue, I have to write all of those. Let's call these like, let's split this out into main quest cutscenes. That's different. That's probably still a week per chapter, to be honest with you. I get the script, I get blocking, I get camera. I'm like, if I can actually achieve this, I'm blistering, and it's still like 3 months away. Enemies, Jesus Christ. And 6 enemies? But I can't. 6 enemies is a ridiculous amount. We could call it 5. Even 5. Like, I can't do those any faster than like 3 days each. So it's 15 days. It's 3 weeks. No. Visual skippable. So it's like, it's basically just the minimum I need to actually play against the enemy. It's blobby frames and its behaviors with hitboxes. Just like what I've written here. But it does need to be like playable. NPCs. Okay. Well, NPCs in this case is what? Just dialogue? Just random dialogue? This isn't... I don't know what this is then, this task. I need to define that a bit better. Yeah, but this is specifically for main quest stuff, so I have to think a bit more about it. And then what is this? Accessories and item placements? Oh, that's not a big deal. Accessories and item placements is like a day. That's nothing. After everything else is done, level design and scene layout ends up being like, if I had every enemy that I was going to build in the level, in the chapter, and I had every interactable level element, I've done this in a day or two, let's call it 3 in a chapter. This is just literally just layouts only, assuming we have everything else locked in. All right. So at least if we were just to take all of this and then tally it, how many weeks are we looking at per chapter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like 8. and a half, like 10 weeks. If we're being, add some contingency, 20%. That's per chapter. Some of these things need to be cut down massively. Let's see which ones I can really cut into. Do I need to spend a week on abilities? Honestly, I should spend more than that, but let's just call it 1. For 3 different abilities, I really would like to spend more than 1 week on 3 abilities. I think it should be more like... I think it's 1.5. Let's call it 2. And then interactable level elements. This can be 1. It could be even 3 days if I'm being smart. It doesn't need to be 2 weeks. I didn't save anything then, I just shuffled them around. Enemies, dude, enemies can't be... Enemies take 3 weeks. I think the hope here would be something. That's 5 enemies, dude. 5. One of them is going to take 1 week. 2 of them are going to take a week. And then the last 2 will take a few days. Like, usually this means 1 really complicated one. Like the Hubaran in chapter 3 are birds. And they're like the Froggen. They will take a week to do the first one. They've got like swords and they can do all kinds of stuff. That's a minimum a week. I mean, even the Lengson didn't take me a week. So yeah, it's not less than 3, really. Unless we take away enemies. And maybe we don't. Here's the other thing. For a grey box, do we need to do all of the enemies in the chapter? Maybe we don't need to do all the enemies in the chapter. Maybe I could just block in certain enemies in the chapter, or can I streamline this? Yeah, we'll see. This is it's a big cost. The abilities are another big cost. I could do the thing that the Overwatch team did with the new heroes. Sugar, I had a meeting an hour ago. Hey. Oof, so sorry. I missed this. I can check in now if you're around. But yeah, no dramas. Either way, Monday is totally fine. Whoops. Okay. So what else took up a lot of time? So the idea here would be something like, let's just look at this. This is 10 weeks per chapter. Now it's, does it change? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's still like 8 weeks minimum. It's still 8 weeks, best case scenario. And the only way to drop this down is to make the things that take more than 2 weeks take only 1. That's really all I can do. All I could do was say, nope, you only get 1 week for this. Sorry. Nope, you only get 1 week for this. Sorry. Nope, you only get 3 days for this or something like that. Right, let's just say it becomes 3 days to do main quest cutscenes. Too bad, so sad. 3 days. Then what are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 per chapter. It's still 15 weeks to grey box the rest of the game. And I said I said 2 months. So it's going to be like at least double my estimate, which means 4 months. I have 5 chapters planned. If I cut a chapter, I get it done in 2 months. Now, the beauty of this, there's only one nice thing about this, and it's that I don't have to spend those 15 weeks back to back. And I don't have to do it alone. I don't have to do this by myself. I think I should do chapter 3, chapter 5, and then chapter 4 absolutely last. And that might be the right way to do it. So the idea would be something like I flesh out. I still have to do the rest of chapter. I mean, chapter 2 is kind of grey boxed, but there's a key thing in chapter 2 that's broken, or like that this doesn't account for. That's terrible, which is that the scenario scripting, when done at this level, you just like put a bunch of flags in the game. It's almost impossible for you to shape that into something that feels like the game. You have to put the cutscenes in for it to make sense. And the cutscenes have to send you to the other cutscenes. Like, you have to have some sort of like cause as the player to do the things in the order that they've been written. And that cause is like, it's play, right? It's like, oh, I can't go down this hole, you know, and so I must have to go to the left. Like, the player path is something that the player has to be able to guess just based on what's in front of them. And that's very different from just having like a bunch of flags in the game say, oh, if you talk to this guy, that unlocks this thing. It has to be like a guided funnel. And that guided funnel can be weeks. Or for me, it's like I have chapter 2 scripted, but turning the script in Figma into the guided funnel feels like very maybe because I'm not grey boxing well enough, like maybe because I'm not committing hard enough to grey boxing. So yeah, I don't know, it could be that it's not as complicated as I'm making it, but it feels really hard to do. Like when things look and sound and behave the way that they should, those things can oftentimes be the glue that the player needs to understand what they're supposed to do in a scene. But a grey boxed scene might not be able to offer that intuition because it's just too abstract to send you where you need to go. We'll see. I was grey boxing at the start of the game. I have like scenes from years ago where I've grey boxed it. Actually, the terrain in this scene I think is still grey boxed. Yeah. For a while, this was my Cheverton Hall. It's just a bunch of red blocks with columns. That's my grey box. So. It's not that I don't do it. It's just, it's been a while. Okay. This would be a more modern version of a grey boxed scene. I wonder if I should take out the engine and the camera from these as well. I think I need a singleton no matter what though. So maybe I delete the camera, but even that, no, I think it's okay. Okay. Well, that's that exercise done, I think. Making a game? I am making a game. Batman in a chair. Dude, I'm going to be in focus mode for like a month straight to make this happen. You're asking me what I thought of the Harry Potter trailer? Oof. 1 second. Let me just maybe set it up. Okay. That's what the game looks like. I thought it was promising. I was more hyped before the trailer, I should say, because I feel like I feel like the production looks big but very modern, and when I think about old Harry Potter, it's also a big production, but it's more tangible, you know. It's something about the costumes and the, you know, it's not as like polished these days. TV's very polished. So my concern is that the TV series won't have the same heart. I'm especially concerned about John Williams' score. If John Williams' music is not in the show, is it even Harry Potter? That's my major concern. Even if it's somebody just using like just using the licensed score, you can wishlist, yeah. There you go. Please. I'll show you some more of it if you like. Thank you. Oh, don't know why that broke. Yes, I want it to feel like a JRPG crossed with a 90s adventure film. Oh yeah, it's a lot of work. Okay, that's all I can show you for now. There is dialogue, obviously, and quests and all that kind of stuff. You can talk to the NPCs and there's a cutscenes. Anyway, that's that for now. Oh, that's very kind. Games by Angel. So, let's I need to take another break, but I want to stream for another half an hour. And I just want to go over this a little bit further because I'm so burnt by the being overly optimistic has burnt me so badly in the past about timelines. I really don't want to set a timeline and then not be able to keep it. At the same time, I know I need deadlines in order to get this stuff done. So there's sort of like a as fast as possible thing here that I'm trying to achieve. And I can't be emotional about missing that. But I want to be realistic, you know? My fear is that I can't be realistic because I don't have enough experience. But 15 months easy was actually it's not out of the question. If each of these ends up taking me 5 months, this is 5 weeks. If it goes off, I mean, it's possible. It can't. This is obviously a joke. But 2 months each, at least. That's a 3x estimate over what I said I could afford to spend. 3x. I can't cut chapters by 60%, 66%. I can't do that. And if I delete chapter 4, maybe I could do it in 1.5x my expectation. Yeah. Ultimately, though, I can't really start this. Maybe I can't start this exercise for any of the other future chapters until I've done it finished for chapter 2. And it's not going to be a good experiment because chapter 2 is already like 80% blocked in at this grey box level. So it's not really going to help us, but I still need to do it for my team's sake. It's chafing so bad that they don't have cutscenes they can actually look at and do the sound design and the music and stuff against. You can send the link. You've been polite. I don't mind. All right, I'm actually going to take a break so you guys can watch the trailer. Okay, we're back. So, even my best estimates are in the order of weeks here. Is there anything I can do genuinely to speed this up? I guess I could schedule it. You know, I could think about it in the context of a calendar and say, okay, so then it's like, you know, let's do something here. Templates. Go to direction, drop this bad boy in here, and start thinking about, okay, it's not November, December. These go rip over to the end. August, September, October. The other Julys. That is my wife calling me. Sorry, pals, one sec. All right. So, lip readers in chat. Let's just say, let's look at the worst case and lay that one out. So it's now, you know, March is pretty much gone. So let's just pop that on the end. And then we'll just gray box. Doesn't matter what this is. We'll just pop it, lock this boy, pop it and lock it. Hello, Squeams, how's it going? So this goes in front, and then we just go, all right, scene map, That's nothing. Scenario scripting, that's nothing. It's like 4 days into April. This is abilities 2 weeks, which looks like that. I can't assign this as anything. So how do I do, if it's part of a layout, can I not make it fill container? Okay, and we'll see if we can do that for all of them. All right, and then we have 1 week, which is about that wide. Then we have 3 weeks. And then a week. And then question mark, question mark, question mark. 1, 3. So, that puts me conservatively somewhere a week into June to have done. This is not conservative, actually. It's a conservative estimate, sorry. Yeah, conservatively, that puts us about a week into June for, that says 2 weeks. That's not really 2 weeks. Yeah, about a week into June, maybe even like the 15th of June if we're being, giving it more space. Maybe this bleeds over. We don't know what it is, so it could be worse. Which is like, yeah. I mean, I said, 8 weeks? 8 to 10. Yeah, that's where that puts us. That would be for like chapter 3, to Greybox chapter 3. And what we get when we're done with this is just like, a shell of chapter 3. It does have playable enemies and level environment bits and, the story you can play through. That's pretty good. I could at least tell you if chapter 3 was going to be good. But in June. And if we do it twice, without any air bubbles in the middle, then it's September before we have chapter 5 done in that fashion. And if we were to do it with 3 chapters, then it's November before we have any notion of how good chapter 4 is going to be. From that point on, we've got, assuming that the team starts doing like actual production on any of these chapters, let's say they start production after the first one ends, right? After the first chapter is done, they start working on that chapter. That means that in July they can start, which puts them at about a year of work to finish everything. Look, not out of the question. It's not out of the question. It just means that I'm going to be greyboxing my ass off until the end of the year. And then the question is, how much of what's extra still needs to get done? All right, that's not boss battles. That's not set dressing and final level geometry. And I would have said, if it was up to me, I would have said, actually, don't do this yet. Don't do any of this yet until we mock up some boss battles so that we can put them in a trailer. Like, some of that stuff needs to be happening, which basically forces me into the position where I, Adam, cannot be the one who does all of the grey boxing on the game. That's it. I need a co-director, and I don't really have anyone that I trust at that level if I wanted to get this done in that time frame that I was planning on. Not for like ability design or like even maybe enemy design. You would have to cut off. Yeah. Enemy design basically has to get dropped from this equation. Once we do that, actually, it starts looking a little bit more reasonable because we take 9 weeks out of this. But then, as we well know, some of this enemy design, that puts us in September for 3 chapters. That's good. That's reasonable. It's closer to reasonable. It just means that we have these 15 enemies need to be designed parallel to this process by somebody else who's not me. Or otherwise I have to offload some other aspect, which I don't think I can do. Maybe the interactable level elements, they could be potentially parallelized, assuming I did the abilities first. Then it comes down to if we could do these on a separate track, if these could be done simultaneously, now we have this is production. That's legit. The whole game drafted by August, 2 credits. But that would mean 3 people at the director level. That would mean like, do you know who I would, maybe it would be like, if somehow Elzac was interested, maybe. I trust him for enemy design because I know he's done Souls-like work before. I know as a game dev, he has the capability to do solo dev. So I believe that he has a good grasp. I don't think he's available. I don't know if he would even, I don't know to what extent he could do this stuff with me. I have someone who could help with some of this stuff from a scenario design part. Some of this cutscene NPC blocking could be done by somebody else. If my brother Pat wanted to be involved, I could involve him in some of this stuff. If he was interested in helping. Like working in the engine, doing scenario stuff, he could do it. So that's conservative estimate crunched down massively. What is the alternative? What is the optimistic estimate crunched down massively? Oh, it's so cute. Oh, we're already done in May. A whole chapter. And then we do it 3 times. 1, 2. We get to August. And then we start parallelizing. The problem is some of these I cannot have someone else. And this is the thing. When I say parallelize, they take more time for other people to do them than for me to do them. Like 5 enemies would not take Elzak 3 weeks. 5 enemies would take Elzak or Luca like 2 months. It's not the same. Now, luckily, it doesn't have to be because they have 2 months if we do it this way. This would be the benefit, is I would be able to let them do that. And it wouldn't make a major, major difference. We would only be a little bit off. Things are going well? Nah, bad guess. Nah, I'm just preparing for the worst. There's no news. If I don't prepare, I'm even more screwed if it happens. If they say, start tomorrow, and I don't have this stuff figured out, what am I doing? No hope. Yeah. This is certainly a massive struggle. You know, maybe if I work overtime, I can do this way. Like, maybe I just do it, you know? And I just like gun it. Well, I'm already in trouble. Like, I should have people sign. I should be ready. And this doesn't even account for, like, if we have to do it, if the thing falls through and we have to do Kickstarter, that's like a month of my life anyway. Just doing the Kickstarter. Not even, more than a month. Like, this gets pushed back to 2028, almost guaranteed, if the deal doesn't come through. The good news is that, like, I'm in a position where I'm actually doing production work now. Like, I'm actually able to bring a producer on, and we could look at this and say, yes, this should take this long. You know, I haven't been able to do that really with any kind of certainty up until now. Like, if I set these dates, I could have something done for all of these things in the time frame that I'm suggesting. It's possible. It's not like insane for me to suggest it. I just screwed up majorly. Hang on a second. These are all supposed to go back up here. So, and this does not include the same tasks I have to do on the same thing for chapter 2. It's tough. This is if I just did grey boxing for the next 3 months. And I wanted 2 months. I can't condense this into 2 months. I don't think I can do that. It's not physically possible to do that. I mean, if I were to halve these, all right, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say I was okay with halving all of this. So that per chapter was what, 1 month? Less, 3 weeks? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 would be about half. So 3 weeks. How would I do that? This would have to be 1 day, 1 day. This is 3 days. This is 3 days. This is 3 days. This is 1.5. Let's call it 2 days. This is still 1 day. This is still 2 days. Like if I'm, I don't know, some kind of god. Which I'm not. But let's say I was. Then this becomes something like that per chapter. I guess it's more like this. Oh wow, it's raining a lot where I am. Basically a month. I get a month. That's true. It's more about like, am I sacrificing the value of the work that I'm doing by doing it in a way that rushes it somehow? It's possible that happens. Like you do it in such a way that it just becomes less valuable for you because you sort of don't spend the time as considered. You know, like if I'm rushing, I'm not thinking properly. I'm not being, you know, not letting the ideas gestate. If you spend a day doing something and then another day a month from now, that's not the same as spending 2 days on it. You get more value out of it if you spend the time. Like I'd much prefer to do like a 3-week intensive on enemies rather than to spend, you know, a little bit of how would you describe it? You know, a couple of days here and there. What the heck is going on? And then everything goes to... Why did that do that? Be gone. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, can I somehow do this? For my future. Five enemies in 3 days is not possible. I'm sorry. It's not possible. I can't do that. That's not going to happen. Yo, my wife's calling. One sec. All right, I gotta go. Thank you, pals. This was a pleasure. I mean, it's possible that we mock something up for 3 enemies, like an enemy a day. It's possible, but like that's not 5 in 3 is like, I don't know what we end up doing. Maybe. I don't know. I gotta go. I'll keep poring over this over the next couple of days and see what's reasonable. Maybe. Stop. Making Wolfenstein, but a camera is your weapon. That sounds cool. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. As always, you should wishlist Insignia if you're interested in it. We're getting into the end game now. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.